There we go. Now I can sit and talk. I gotta turn my volume down on my phone. I always forget about that volume. Sorry for the feedback, guys. Let's see. Hey, Gear. Yeah, it's our big Oscar. And truth be told, my husband hates that fish. He he does. He pretty much can't wait until he dies. Over the winter, he was wanting to throw him in a snowbank. I like him, but in reality, if he wants to put something else in the tank, it has to be older. It can't be very small because he'll eat them. So, he's pretty messy. Like Oscars poop in uh much differently than other fish. Much differently than other fish, and it's quite messy, and it's hard for the gravel vac to pick it up because it's heavier poop. Um, hey Jenna. Yeah, yesterday was a really long day for me, man. I mean, yeah, we can do a panel if you wish. Yeah, he's like a goldfish on steroids. Now, the pet store where we got him said that he was an albino, but I would think that he would be not quite so orange if he was an albino. I don't know. That's what they said he was, but I don't think he is. That darn reflection from the front door. Hello, he's like, cheese. He knows the camera's there. Goldfish on steroids. Yeah, he's bigger than my hand. He is he would make a good dinner, actually. He's got some girth. He's a big guy. He's a red albino. Gotcha. I really like the tiger Oscars though, like that are black and orange. Those are my favorite pattern. We used to have one a long time ago, but it died when he was small. Now the Jack Dempsey in the corner, that's my husband's favorite fish. We've had him for 5 years. He's like, when he dies, he's getting buried in the backyard with the cats. But he doesn't like the Oscar. And we'll see if Blue comes out. Blue is always in that head. Our little convict. We we had more convicts years ago. But then we had an illness sweep through the tank. We had a different Oscar at that point, and the illness that swept through the tank took everybody except our Jack Dempsey and this one convict who was actually born in the tank. It took the parents, it took the other siblings. Um, the Jack Dempsey and this one convict were the only survivors in the tank. Um, I don't know what it was, but it took out everybody else. Um, yeah. The only other fish that there's the Oscar, the Jack Dempsey, the convict, and the pleco. And the pleco is on the side of the tank, so he's kind of out of view, I believe. Um, and then the convict is in that head. Um, he's pretty small considering the convict is about 2 or 3 years old. 2 or 3 years old, I think he is. Um, my husband wants to say that it's a female because he's small for a male, but I think that he looks more like a male. Um, but who knows? But he spends a lot of time in that head, and surprisingly, considering his size and he's so much smaller than Oscar and Jack, they don't pick on him. They leave him alone. But convicts can hold their own. Convicts are savage, and that's probably why they leave him alone. Hey, Zach. Fighting Spirit. Hello. Vanessa. That is a 75 bow. 75. He's being brave and going in Jack's corner. Jack and him will spar on occasion. They do some lip wrestling. In fact, I think further back on my playlist, I have a video of them fighting. Fighting to music. Yeah, he's in the corner. That's his corner. That is his corner. And Saturday, when I was filming them, the Pleco decided to come out from the other side because he's usually on the right side. But the Pleco decided to come on over to the left side and invade Jack's corner. And oh, Jack doesn't like that. It pisses him off. He doesn't really do much about it, but you could tell he's annoyed when the Pleco gets in his corner. I saw Nike on Hangouts. I told her you're live if she wants to join, if that's okay. She was MIA yesterday as well. I noticed that she didn't do any live streams yesterday. Every now and then when I poked in on my phone in between what I was doing at work, it was such a long day and I'm sore. And I can tell that my carpal tunnel does not like my job because both of my hands are swollen this morning. They're a little bit sore, but they're swollen. And before I took the job, my hands hadn't been swollen since my last job. So, um, yeah, they don't like it. My hands do not like it. And I'm super sore and just tired. I didn't set my alarm this morning. Normally I set my alarm for 8:30. I was like, I'm not turning on my alarm. I am going to just sleep till I wake up, which was it was like 10 to 11 when I woke up. So I guess I needed the sleep. And we'll see how I'm feeling today because last time I worked the 11 hours on a Sunday, Monday, I didn't really feel great between being tired and being sore. It just makes you not feel well. I'm okay right now. I am still tired, but and sore. Like I never really noticed the soreness until I until I sat down last night. Like I was on the go, on the go, on the go, and then I came home and I sat down and my body was just like done. Okay, Jenna. Good eye passion. What's my good eye for? What did I do? What did I see? Hey, Joseph, how are you doing? I'm staring. Who's looking at me? I'm gonna try and put a few pellets of food in there, see if Blue, because the last time I did that, I put some food in. Blue made a very brief appearance. Yeah, I noticed that my feet were starting to hurt when I sat down, my ankles, my calves, my back, everything just started to hurt. And when I came home, I immediately took ibuprofen because I had to, between everything else that I had to do, I had to go in the morning and I normally don't work in the morning. So usually when I come in the evening, not all the dogs haven't all pooped. Sometimes there's one or two that need their kennels cleaned out, but for the most part, they're all clean already. You come in the morning, every single dog has pooped. And because they've done it sometime during the night, they've mashed it into their bedding, they've mashed it into their feet, they've mashed it into the grate. They're like, it's you got to clean everybody out. And we get there on Sunday, we get there an hour before we open. So in that hour, you got to take care of all of the dogs that are on the sales wall. And you want to get them done before people start coming in because you want them to be presentable. That's a lot of work for one person to get all those dogs done in that hour. And a couple of the salespeople that started early, they came back and helped me. And between the three of us, we got them done in that hour. I never would have got them done in that hour by myself. It is ridiculous. And then after we got them all cleaned out, then I had to go through and feed them all. And then, of course, shortly after you feed them all, they're all pooping again. But then at that point, the salespeople help with the wall. I don't have to really worry about the wall during the open hours because they keep their eye on that. I have to keep my eye on all the isolation dogs. But after I fed everybody on the wall, I had to go through and clean out all the isolated dogs. I had to start nebulizer treatments for 4 of the dogs, which takes 20 minutes per dog. And in between, I'm cleaning kennels. I didn't get done cleaning out kennels until noon, and I started at 9. And then I had to give meds to everybody. And then after I did all that, then I had to give baths. I bathed all but 4 of the dogs. And I'm just done. Like, I am so sore.
Lisa.
Stacy!
Guess what?
What?
I didn't tell you. Probably because I just got the call. But anyways, so you know that job I was telling you about that Kate works at? Robert Shaw? I got the job.
Woo!
I have orientation next Wednesday. And then I start the next day. But you know the other job I was telling you about? With the watching out the booths or whatever?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to take that one because it's only 3 temp agencies, so I can quit whenever. Take that one and then work there through the week until I have orientation. That way I have another paycheck. But yeah, but Alyssa's job pays a lot better.
Sweet. Lacey said, congrats. Thanks, she said. I didn't get to see Stacy at all yesterday. I worked all day. She took her dad out for lunch and a movie for Father's Day since I couldn't be here.
And then we had taco salad for dinner.
Yes, and then we had taco salad for dinner, which I got to enjoy.
Too much meat in it, though.
It was good.
I feel like the amount of meat and chip ratio was kind of off. I feel like it should have more chips in it then.
Mine wasn't as crunchy because I had to microwave it, but yeah. Taco salad for dinner when I got home. I got home at 8 or a little bit after 8.
Yeah, I went to sleep early last night.
Yeah, I noticed you were missing when I got home.
And then since I'll be working third shift, I think I'm gonna go back to school for like in the mornings classes.
Oh, what are you gonna take?
I wanna be a welder.
Ooh,
Yeah,
she wants to be a welder, you guys.
So I'm gonna see if Dad can help me with like applying for schools and test or whatever. But I'll do any of that.
Cool. She's gonna take classes for being a welder. Anybody in here welded before?
Can you not do that?
I could if I was on friendly, well, I am sorta kinda on occasion good terms with Ian's dad, but he used to weld. Mm-hmm. He probably do. Yes, Gear Vlogs, you're a welder. Any tips for Stacy? Hi, Shadow. You were up until, yeah, I think you forgot it. You charged it all night and forgot it. I was up until 3 a.m. this morning. I'm so very tired. Why were you up so late, Zach? Zach, you weld too? Sweet.
Was that why you were up until 3 a.m.?
No, probably not. Oh, Lacey, I just saw your comment. You'll get the hang of it and get them all done in 20 minutes. Oh, I just kind of got to find the fastest way to do it. I got to find a good system. Gear Vlog said, don't let the sparks scare you. Yeah, I'd be like, ah! Kind of like how I am with crickets. Ah! Every time they touch me. Ah!
The only thing I'm worried about is like, because girls don't usually roll, so I'm worried I'm gonna be like the only girl in class.
You can blow those boys away. She's worried she's going to be the only girl in the class, and she could blow those guys away. Zach, I was talking to you have since when did you have a girlfriend? How come I didn't know this? I didn't know you had a girlfriend. Aw. A good multitasking system will get it done faster. Also, the more familiar you are with it, the easier. Yeah. I mean, I pretty much have a routine for my closing shifts when I work 5 to close. But I mean, I was at some point yesterday supposed to finish cleaning out the crickets too, and I never even got to them. So the crickets will just have to they'll just have to survive in their filth until Tuesday when they get done again, which is tomorrow, so it's not a big deal. Lacey said, "You'll probably be the only girl, but girls learn faster."
That is true.
That is true. Yes, we've been together for a few days. Aw, that's so sweet, Zach. What's her name? Days. Yeah, probably. I got something's been biting me. Itchy, itchy. Must get mosquitoes visiting at night. And I remember those days, Zach. Fresh new relationship, being up all night talking. Yep, I remember that.
You know, that kind of reminds me of like long have hairless dogs now. Like her head's so small.
Bella got a haircut. I shaved her. She's been really itchy, so I shaved her so that I can really just double check. She's on flea meds, but I wanted to double check to see if anything was on her, and there's not. So she's got no fleas. She's got super, super, super dry skin, which is not helping her at all. So I bought some salmon oil, and we're putting that in her food. And actually, I don't feel like she scratched as much last night. You got super, super dry skin. You got allergies. Her name is Sarah. I like that name. Where did you meet? Where'd you meet her?
There you go.
I'm like a mom now because I would do the same thing with Ian. Where'd you meet her? He actually said there's a cute girl. Ian said there's a cute girl working at Hardee's, but he never goes to Hardee's because they're expensive.
I don't like parties. It's gross.
But he's noticed there's a cute girl that works at Hardee's, and I'm like, well, you'll just have to go in there and get something cheap just so you could see her. Wow. Oh, you met her at work? That's cool. Geez, one of my older videos is over 67. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, something bit me on my foot. And anything that bites me on my foot, it's super itchy. Ah, dang mosquitoes or whatever it is. Nike. Good morning, Nike. Oh no, what's wrong? Oh, go over and punch them. Like seriously, you um I would report them. I would report them. That is abuse. You've seen it with your own eyes. Oh, I would not even stand for that. Not even stand for that. There is no reason at all. I would report that. Oh. See, the part that bothers me is so you need proof, but so in the meantime, until you could maybe catch it on film, there's a chance that he's gonna get beat again. Uh, man. I wonder if you can report it and just, so that they're like just kind of being watched or whatever. It's just a puppy. Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, it would be horrible if it was any age dog, but a puppy? Puppies are still learning. Oh, my Lord. I honestly would want to go over there, knock on the door, and say, if I ever see you touch that dog again, I am reporting you. Like, you're lucky I'm not coming here and pounding your face in. I would be too. That would be really upsetting to me. Oh. I'm upset and I didn't even see it. Yeah, if you had security cameras that could have caught it, oh, that would have been sweet. I understand. I do. I understand. If you did report it and have someone come to the house, I think your reaction would be proof enough for me. I mean, you couldn't have been making that up. I don't know. That's just me, though. Sometimes I think the system, I mean, I understand why people need proof because otherwise you could falsely accuse people. But at the same time, it makes it really hard to report the people that really are doing it. I mean, the next time that it happens, the dog could be dead, you know? That's just what really bothers me is that by the time you get proof, it could be too late. With animals, with people, There's another dog too? Oh my God. See, and if you could tell by looking at the dogs that they're abused, reporting him and having somebody come and observe the dogs would probably be enough right there because they would look like it would look like something was wrong with them. Oh, oh. Oh my goodness. Poor little thing. I'd be like marching into that yard and like taking them. I know that's called stealing, but it's for their own benefit. I'd be like, put me in jail for stealing. I was saving the life of this puppy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you guys, this is on a different note, but my favorite little chug puppy at work got adopted yesterday or purchased, however you want to look at it. It was a nice gay couple of guys. She is going to be spoiled rotten. A couple of salespeople were kind of like just kind of lightheartedly joking about the fact that two men are adopting this teeny weeny dog. But I think she's gonna be loved like crazy. Um, because she's such a tiny little thing, and she was like one of my favorites. So when I knew that they were there, I said to the one salesperson, I was like, "Are they here?" And she's like, "Yep, they just got here." I was like, "Okay, I gotta love on her first." So I took her out of the kennel, and I was like loving on her, and oh, I wanted to cry because my little baby went home. I can't love on her anymore. She was one of my faves. My poor sweet little Chuggy. She was so cute. So cute. And a couple other dogs that we had got transferred to another location because we've had them for a long time. So we got some some of our older dogs that we've had for a while got transferred or they got adopted or purchased, and then we got some new ones in. Welcome back, Jenna. And then one of the new dogs that we got in is a Boggle. Can anybody guess what a Boggle is? I didn't know. Who can tell me? I know, I do know. I'm just this trivia question. What is a Boggle? He's cute. He's cute, cute, cute though. They broke the screen in your window. Wow. Man, at least it was the screen and not the window itself. We actually had around the time that Stacy was dating somebody we didn't approve of, we had somebody come and throw a rock through one of our we have a window. It's a window on the outside, and on the inside it's like a stained glass type thing, and they threw a rock through it, and we still have a hole in it. We haven't repaired it. We've got it covered up, but it made a nice big hole and came flying through, and um yeah, the rock made it all the way across the living room to the other side. Wow. Hey, Sandra. How was your birthday? Yay! Zach has a girlfriend. I'm so excited for you, Zach. He stayed up all night talking to her on the phone. Well, half the night. Yeah, we didn't have any proof of who did it to our window, so it's still got a hole in it. We just have it covered. Yeah, we can still do a panel. Let me grab the link for everybody. All right, and if anybody wants the link that didn't get the link, I don't want to be presumptuous and just send it to everybody. So if you want it, let me know and I'll get it to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you gonna be on camera or no?
No, I look like a fright.
I don't care how people look. Ashton, you know that. Don't worry about how you look. We love you anyway.
Woohoo! Gear Vlogs. My channel just reached 3,000 views with 1,200 subs. Woohoo! Awesome.
Hey, Casson, I'm learning how to cut my own hair.
Are you really?
And I messed up this part a little bit, but you can't. Thankfully, it doesn't look too bad.
Let's see. Whoops. What did I just do? Ah, okay.
Casson, don't care about how you look, because I kind of messed up my hair, so.
I think it looks fine.
I think for never cutting hair before, I'm doing pretty good. Cause I tried cutting my bangs when I was in high school. That turned out badly. So I have done it once before, but it's been a long time. So not having cut your own hair for a long time, I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
Cause I do this part right here. See?
Yeah.
I do that part. I kind of messed up this part, so I had to cover it up with hair right there. I cut it too short, so it was sticking up too much.
It looks fine to me. Are we buffering? I think we're buffering. Oh,
Do you think my internet works better?
I think it does.
Is there any lag at all on my end?
Oh, what did I say? I said 3,000? Duh, 300,000. I'm still sleeping, Gear. That's crazy. I'm gonna go put some food in the fish tank, see if Blue will come out. You're gonna have to really watch because he's not gonna come out for long, probably. Let's see. Oh, let's see if he comes out. Let's see if he comes out.
Mm.
Oscar's gonna eat all the food. Come on, Blue, show yourself.
I thought they were gonna give us a brand new modem. Oh wait,
Yeah, you said it was older.
yeah, it's only 2 years newer.
Huh.
I guess for the newer one, you need like that's when it costs money.
Hmm.
Cause like I told him like even when it was. Oh, I'm echoing on someone's thing.
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, on my end, I hear it.
I don't.
Okay,
Huh.
I think it's gone now.
I never heard it. Actually, when I look at the tank, since the water level is down a little bit, I don't think my husband ever did. Of course, yesterday was Father's Day, but normally this past weekend he would have did a water change, but it appears he didn't do it this time. I think he's waiting till next week.
Hey, just a girl.
Just a girl. Hello, how are you? Oh, Oscar, now you're in the way. If Blue comes out, we can't see. Jeepers.
Did you get your coffee yet, Passion?
Oh yeah, I've got my coffee.
I'm already on my second cup.
I got my coffee. For sure, for sure.
Mm.
Blue just decided he's not coming out. Not gonna do it. She said, "Be right back, Zach."
I'm one of those people that don't really date. Like, I don't know why it is, but that I don't really date. Like, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah. You don't have to go look.
I don't avidly search for anyone, so that's why I haven't dated for a really long
You
time.
don't have to do that. I wasn't searching when I met my husband.
Mhm.
In fact, for a while I was like, because I had recently been divorced, I was like, I'm not interested in, like, I'm just Oscar's picking things up and spitting them out. I just wasn't in them, like, I was gonna be single for a while, and then I met my husband. So, and for a while we were just talking, but
Mm.
you ordered a new mug? What's the mug?
Oh, I didn't get a new one. It's from my Chicago trip last year.
Yeah, Gear Vlog said he ordered a new mug.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me. It's like, because it's a different one than my usual one.
Oscar, get out of the way! If Blue comes out, we can't see him. I don't think Blue's gonna come out. He's like, nope, not gonna do it for you today. No tricks. Hey, Ralph. 19-ounce mug. Cool.
Yep, I got my garden painting a couple of days ago.
Ooh, Just a Girl's getting hers today. Mine's almost finished. The one that my horse that I'm working on.
I'll show you how far I am. Like, mine's a lot smaller than yours. You guys is, so like it won't take as long, but it'll still give me something to do for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, it won't take as long as yours though, because it's only this big.
That looks pretty big to me. What's the dimensions on it?
I think they're in centimeters, because in inches, 20 by 25 is a lot bigger. And like,
Right.
but it's
So
only, I guess it's only in centimeters because it's 20 by 25.
Okay, so it's a little bit smaller than mine. Mine is a 30 by 30. Mine's a 30 by 30. So that's not that much smaller.
Mine are the square ones.
Oh, you got square ones. That's cool. I've only done round ones at this point. So my custom one that I'm getting in is going to be square. I specifically ordered it to be square.
Can you see the sparkliness?
Yep. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, like sometimes it's tricky picking up the diamonds though.
You're hoping to start a mug club. That's cool.
Like, this is what it looks like so far.
Okay, Zach. That's pretty.
And that's the Japanese writing right there.
Cool.
I did some of the diamonds on the kanji right there.
That's cool.
Yeah, the Japanese writing is called either hiragana or kanji. I don't know if you've ever heard those words before.
No.
Yeah, like his outfit is almost done. And then go do the background. I want to get a bigger one, but the bigger one from this place is like 50. Yeah, there's like for the custom one, theirs is a little pricey. But they make it really fast.
Yeah.
It only takes them like a few days to make it.
Did I already respond to Zach? Zach said I'm going to be in and out. Did I say yes? Did I say okay? I don't know if I acknowledged that. I'm sorry if I didn't. Okay.
I don't know. I got distracted by doing the diamond painting. Yeah, yesterday it was only like 50 something for the high.
Huh. Yeah, we had rain yesterday, so today's just partly cloudy, high of 76. I work again tomorrow, but I only work the closing shift. Not so bad. I'm going to have to remember when to give, because since we closed at 7 yesterday, I had to stay a little bit longer because our boggle, nobody answered that question. What's a boggle? Tell me what you think a boggle is. It's a type of dog. But he's on meds that have to be given every 24 hours, pretty much on the dot. And the vet had given him the medication at 7:30 in the evening on Saturday. So yesterday, even though I was pretty much done everything, I had to kind of stick around because I had to give him his medication at 7:30.
At least that's not too much longer.
Yeah. And then like for when I work tomorrow, we close at 9, so I'm gonna have to remember to give him his medication at 7:30.
Mm. Is he fussy about taking medication?
Oh no, I just put his pills in a little bit of soft food when I feed him, and he eats it up. That's what I do with all the dogs. Or rather than shoving it down their throats, just put it in the soft food and they gobble it up. But nobody has any guesses about what a boggle is.
I have no clue.
He's a cute guy. What's a boggle besides a game?
I've never heard of a boggle before.
Nope, he really is a beagle, or he really is a beagle. Look at what you got me doing. Did you mean a beagle? Nope. But he's a mixture. He's a mixture, which is why he's a boggle. Kind of like how when I was talking about the chug that I was loving on when she got taken home, she is a Chihuahua pug. So she's a chug.
Aww.
This one is a mixture, so it's a boggle. Just the girls had no idea.
Faux chicken just came in.
Hey, faux chicken, how are you?
So it's a beagle, and then what?
I didn't say.
Oh no, I know. I was just saying, it's a beagle, right?
He's part beagle, yes.
Part beagle, and then something else.
Yep.
Trying to think. Trying to think if I can get it.
So the boggle is part beagle and something else.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't seem very straightforward to me. That's why I a couple of times I had to go, what kind of dog is he, or what's he a mixture of again? Because I couldn't remember.
You're getting my brain working for today.
Yep, he's half beagle, half something else.
Half beagle and then boggle. Do they say boggle like BOCLE?
Boggle, BOGGLE is what he's a boggle.
Okay, so how is it spelled?
Boggle?
Yeah.
BOGGLE.
BOGGLE. But
Just like how
beagle and poodle?
Nope. Not a dachshund or dachshund. Kind of like how, like I said, a chug is a Chihuahua pug.
Yeah, that was kind of easy. I have no idea what breed it ends with ogle.
Boxer, nope.
This is a hard one because
I've never heard of a boggle before. So it's gonna be, to me it wasn't very straightforward.
I hope it's okay if I eat right now.
Yes, it's fine. Nope, not a boxer. We do have a very cute female boxer, though. She's very sweet. Oh, Brindley just scared some people outside walking by the house. Ah! I heard, whoa!
Bella.
Brindley.
Brindley. Friendly.
Bella doesn't scare nobody.
They probably think Bella's cute. Is Bella a smaller dog than Friendly?
Oh, Bella's my little Shih Tzu.
Aw.
Not a Labrador.
My friend Brittany has a boxer. No, not boxer. I meant to say Yorkie.
Oh, those are a big difference. We have a Yorkie at the store too. He's new. He's a cute guy.
I meant to say Yorkie. Because people were talking about boxer in the chat.
Yep. Do you guys give up?
Yeah, I give up.
Nope, not a poodle beagle. When I hear it, I'm like, how did they come up with that combination name for it? It doesn't seem like it fits. But if you guys give up, I'll tell you.
I give up.
Just a Girl Gives Up. He is a Boston Terrier
What
beagle.
the heck?
A Boston Terrier beagle.
That doesn't make sense.
So Boston, I guess, is where they got the Baw. And then the Gull is the beagle. So he's a Boggle Boston Terrier beagle.
I kind of get it now.
He's super cute. He looks more like a beagle. He's really cute. But he's sick right now. He got rushed to the vet the other day. He's new. We've only had him a couple of days. We feared that he had parvo because of his poop and he had vomited and all of that. So we were really concerned. We moved him from his kennel when he was getting taken to the vet, and I sanitized it out really, really well. I bleached it and everything like that. But he tested negative for parvo, so they think he might have an intestinal parasite. So he's in isolation on meds and stuff. So
I hear an echo on my end, and I don't know why. Because I have YouTube muted.
And then we have another new one we got is a schnoodle, and she is super, super cute. She's like a tiny little thing. A little schnoodle. And then schnoodle is a schnauzer poodle.
Oh, okay. I was close. Yeah.
A little schnauzer poodle. She's got like schnauzer hair, and she's little. She's just little.
My friend's Yorkie's name is Max.
Aw. And then our little Maltese, who last week we thought she was gonna die. She was lifeless. She ended up becoming hypoglycemic. She wasn't eating enough. When dogs don't eat enough, they can become hypoglycemic. Okay, Zach. Schnoodle sounds like a dish you would eat in Germany. But our little Maltese, I mean, she literally weighs like 2.8 pounds the last time she was weighed. 2.8 pounds. She's the tiniest little squirt. And she became hypoglycemic, which, when I fed her the night before and she seemed fine, and in the morning, she was lifeless. She was just laying there. So she got rushed to the vet. She was on an IV, all of that stuff. She's doing a lot better. We have her back. We have to encourage her to eat. I give her soft food and stuff. And there are occasions where she won't even really eat that. She just kind of lays in the kennel, and she likes to bark at me and stuff. But every now and then when I have a little bit of downtime, I will sit down on the floor with her and kind of feed her the soft food right from my fingers. She likes to lick it off my fingers, so that encourages her to eat. And then usually when I put her back, then she goes straight to the bowl and starts eating a little bit on her own. She's super, super, super cute, but she is so small. So there's times that we have to tell people, you know, if certain dogs, especially the little ones, if they've been out a lot being played with in the booths and all of that kind of stuff, we're just like, you know what, this one's been out a lot. We need to give it time to, you know, relax in the kennel and be able to eat and stuff like that, because we don't want them to get sick. So we kind of like put a little bit of a 15-20 minute hold on them so that they're not constantly out, because people are always going for the really cute ones. And even our Pyrenees, we have a Pyrenees mix. And she was being taken out a lot yesterday. And at one point she growled at somebody, and we're like, you know what, she's been out a lot. We're just going to let her stay in the kennel, have a nap. And shortly after she got put back, she pooped. So it was like she probably had to go to the bathroom too, and no one was giving her that opportunity to do that because she was constantly being played with. So she ended up having, and then there were people that were like, we would like to see that one. She had just, and it was the Pyrenees, and she had just fallen asleep. We're like, you know what? She'd been out constantly. She's finally napping. Let's just leave her be for a little bit. But of course, people don't care. They want to play with them. They don't care that they've been messed with all day. Welcome back, Nike. What's a weebie?
It's a way to say welcome back.
Weebie.
Weebie.
And the hamster that escaped last week or earlier in the week is back. He is in his enclosure. We found him. I can't believe we did, but he's back.
Woohoo.
Woohoo. I didn't think we'd ever see him again. But he is back in his enclosure. And four feeder rats got actual homes as pets. That made Ian really happy when I texted him and I said 4 of the feeder rats went home as pets today. He was like, woohoo! I had a feeling they were going to be pets because they were picky about the colors that they wanted them to be. And I'm like, they're not going to care about colors if they're feeding them to anybody.
Can you hear that echo?
Nope.
Yeah, for some reason there's one on my end.
I don't know. I don't hear anything.
I'm trying to see. Speaker.
Yeah, he is Big Barry. He's bigger than my hand. Like he's a beefy guy.
Let's see what
And
that
I don't have particularly small hands. I mean, I don't know. He's pretty large.
So that's one. See wireless.
He's an Oscar Barry. Oscars get really big. So he just eats what he's supposed to eat. They grow really quickly. He was quite small when we got him. But they grow quickly and they grow large. Yep. They're called Oscars. They're a type of American cichlid. His name is Oscar. My husband named him. He's not very creative. Our Oscar fish is named Oscar. Our Jack Dempsey fish is called Jack. He's not creative. He says, hey, it makes it easy to remember their names. We had a Salvini fish once. He ended up dying with the illness that went through the tank. It was a Salvini, and his name was Sal. So, I mean, he names them really interesting, like really simple names that he can remember. Yep. Okay, Jenna.
Because I know
I had a red bluefish. I named him Red Bluey. See, you're just as creative. Mm. Bella's following you, Stacy. What? Bella was following you. Didn't you hear her tromping along behind? I came home one day from school. He wasn't in the bowl. You guys hear that in Jenna's background? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any echo at all. She found him in the sink. Oh, Oscar's getting in Jack's corner. Jack's like, get out of my corner. Yes, fish can jump out of bowls, and typically they shouldn't be in a bowl. Bowls are too small. They need to be in tanks. And they probably jumped out because he didn't like it. It was not an echo, it was a man's voice. Huh. Maybe it was her dad? Alrighty. Yep, fish have been known to jump out. It doesn't matter if it was clean. Typically, bowls are too small. Plus, they're round, and it distorts a fish's vision, which can stress them out. So, bowls are not ideal. Not to mention, you really can't put, because of their size, you really can't put a filter and a heater in them. Fish really enjoy space to swim and not have distorted vision. What kind of fish was it, Barry? You don't know. It was a see, if it was a tropical fish, if it was a type of tropical fish, it would have needed a heater. So the water would have been too cold. Typically the only fish that really don't need a heater would be goldfish. I mean, some fish will live in spite of the conditions not being right. I had a betta fish that lived for 2 years, but his conditions weren't correct either. Sometimes but that doesn't mean that they're living their best life either. So once I learned that I kept my betta wrong years and years ago when I was in college, I've been keeping them right ever since, not in a bowl and at least 2 gallons, if not larger, with a heater and a filter. But he was, yeah, but even small fish need space to swim and stuff. People have the misconception that if an animal is small, they don't need space. And that goes with fish, that goes with hamsters. That's why you see those tiny little cages in pet stores and stuff that are marketed towards hamsters. Hamsters actually need a lot of room to run and, that kind of thing. People consider small animals to not need space, and same with fish. I don't know what to tell you, Barry. You jumped out for a reason. It's always important to know what kind of fish that you have, because each fish requires different care. They don't all require the same care. Some require different water temperatures, um, and stuff like that, or different sizes. Um, so he has watched Finding Nemo and was making a break for it, right? I have training. Hey, Eric. I have training for SSM Healthcare for St. Louis Hospital from 8 to 4. Cool. I'll be back shortly. I have to run to the store really quick for a couple things. I should be. Jenna. I'm just taking it easy today. I've got the day off today, so taking it easy on my day off to recover from yesterday, since I have to be back at work again tomorrow. I'm sorry, I didn't even know you then. I couldn't show up to the funeral. Actually, you said you had him a while, but you put 2012 to 2012. So how long did you have him? Do hamsters like the little balls they roll in? No. Hamsters are prey animals, and even though we think, the balls are good because, they're safe in there, they can run around and they're safe in there. They may be safe in there from stuff that are outside, like a cat or a dog or whatever, but hamsters don't feel safe because they can't hide. They may be protected in that ball, but they don't know that. They feel very exposed in a ball. I do not recommend a ball for any animal that is a prey animal. That would be a hamster, a guinea pig, a gerbil. I don't agree with those balls. They feel exposed and unsafe, and it can stress them out. Because whether they're protected in there or not, they see the things that can harm them, and they don't feel like they could get away. Their natural instinct is to bury themselves in their substrate or go into a hide or anything like that, and they can't do that when they're in a ball. Well, I don't mean outside. I mean outside as in your house. But rolling around on the living room floor, they still feel exposed and unsafe because they can't get out of the ball to hide. Hey Drama D, how are you? Swamped with work? Yep, I worked 11 hours yesterday. My body's feeling it today. My hands are swollen, my body hurts. I've got today off, so I'm taking advantage of it. Hamsters are cute. Hamsters are very cute. I've wanted a hamster for a while. But I've got my guinea pigs and my rabbits and my fish. Ian's got his rats. We got a lot of pets, so yep, my feet are up. I'm lounging on the couch. I'm not even showing my face on the stream because I look a fright. I didn't get up until almost 11. Waiting for the swelling to go down in my hands. Carpal tunnel sucks. My hands hadn't been swollen when I was off of work. In between my jobs. They shouldn't stink. I mean, if you stick your face right to the water, yeah, you're gonna smell something probably, but if they're kept clean, otherwise, I'm sitting right next to my betta fish tank and I smell nothing. Oh, there's our Pleco. Is he gonna get in Jack's corner? We shall see. And I do recommend switching from a bowl to a tank, Barry. The next time you get a fish anyway, if you get another fish. You can flush them when they die so long as they fit. I mean, if our Oscar dies, he's not getting flushed. He wouldn't fit. He will not fit down the drain. Our bigger fish that have died, we've had to just throw out because they won't fit down the toilet. Ugh, yeah. I can't even remember how old our Oscar is. A couple of years, maybe. He's a couple of years old. I think. I'll have to double check with my husband how old he is. I think he's a couple of years old. I know we've had our Jack Dempsey that's up in the left-hand corner, practically hiding in the glare. I know that he's about 5. We've had him about 5 years-ish. I don't know, maybe we've only had the Oscar for a year. I don't remember. I forget. Watching him makes me want one, but I have to buy a cat tree for the spot I was gonna put a tank. Oh, yeah, I actually like Oscars. My husband doesn't like him though. He was like, once he dies, he's never getting another Oscar. I like them, but he does, the point that one of the reasons why he doesn't like them is that we can't put any new fish in there that are young because they're too small and they'll get eaten. His poop is like none other. He doesn't poop like other fish poop, and his poop is actually heavy. So when he gravel vacs, it's really hard to suck up the Oscar poop. So he just doesn't like him. He's messy, and he just doesn't like him. All right, Dramedy, have a good day. The fish and cats get along not so much, Barry. My one cat that I used to have, she passed away last year. She used to like to sit on a chair and watch. She would watch them. Sometimes she'd put her paw up on the side of the tank to kind of play with them or whatever. But if they have the opportunity to attack it, I'm sure they would. Entire bikini bottom. Forgot to turn the nighttime light off of the other tank. I'm gonna go do that. The only thing I didn't like is that he put Patrick's house next to SpongeBob's house. Oh well. You guys think I should take the camera off of these guys and put them on the other tank for the next part of the stream? Take the camera off of the American cichlids and put them on the African cichlids? Blue never even made an appearance. I am offended. He's camera shy. The funny thing is that he had a yellowfish that would always go inside the Krusty Krab. Yeah, you'd like to see the other tank? All right, let me switch that. I'm gonna look at my face for a minute. See, I gotta find a good setup here. I don't know if I like that. Let me see. How's that, you guys? Can't plug my phone in though. Won't reach the. My phone won't reach the outlet for plugging it in. But what do you guys think? Does that work? Does Oscar rule the land? He thinks he does, but in reality, it's the Jack Dempsey's tank. He's been in there longer than the Oscar. Man, I love watching fish. I think when I go later to get crickets, I'll go by the aquarium and check out the big fish. Yeah. Fish are so relaxing. I love watching them. The real leader's name in the other tank, it would be Jack. Fix this a little bit. There's our Veniscus right there staring at the camera. It looks like a giraffe pattern, but he's got a blue face. He's a really aggressive fish. And he's a male. The females don't turn blue. Is Oscar Jack's bodyguard then if any other fish start a revolution? Nope. They're rivals, actually. They've had their scuffles. I have a video somewhere on my playlist of the two of them fighting. They really get into it sometimes. And the only other fish in there are convict and our pleco, and the convict doesn't start any revolutions. They leave him alone because the convict is actually pretty aggressive. And even though he's small, he lets them know when he's not happy, so they leave him alone. I don't know. Yeah, the convict. Convict definitely lives up to his name. Convicts are even more aggressive when they have babies because they have to protect them because they're super good parents. Um, but then even when they're not, uh, even when they don't have babies to protect, they're very aggressive. You do know the other fish know not to mess with them. He may be a lot smaller than them, but he puts up a fight. Hi Perry, how are you? I wish he would have made an appearance out of that head. But he likes to hide a lot. I do want to get another convict to put in there with him so he has a friend of his own because he really much just keeps to himself because the other fish are so big. What is this land called? What do you mean? This tank we're looking at now is our African cichlid tank, and they are all aggressive fish. But the most aggressive one, there's two that are more aggressive than the rest, and that would be the Venestus, which I mentioned, the one that looks like a green. It's kind of a green, but he's got a giraffe pattern and a blue head. That's the Venestus, and he's super aggressive. And then there's another one. That's not in the shot at this moment in time. I think it's that. I think it might be that one with the horizontal stripes, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the green one pretty much is the big kahuna in that tank. He's bigger than everybody else. He's bigger than everybody else besides Thatcher, and Thatcher's blind, so he can't really be leader. What is the green one's name? We never gave him a name, actually. The only one that has a actual name in there is Thatcher. And it's because I named him. Who would win the fight, Jack or Greenie? Like, if Jack and the Venestus fought, the Venestus is more aggressive than Jack is. But they can't be in the same tank together because they're different breeds, like not even just their type of fish, but the fact that one's an African cichlid and one's an American cichlid, you can't mix them. Oh, Thatcher's just appeared in the shot. He's kind of an orange marble. Right now I only see his tail on the right hand side. Oh, he just disappeared. There he is. There he is along the bottom. There's Thatcher, my little blind guy. I'll be sad when he dies. My Thatcher. This tank is a 55. Oscars are pretty aggressive though, Barry. So he's not. I wouldn't consider him one of the nicest. He's an aggressive guy. A lot of the time he'll start the fights with Jack. Jack just fights to defend himself. That orange one in the back with the vertical stripes, the faint vertical stripes, that's a Kenny. Which, you know, in my husband's mind, his name would be Kenny. There is a scientific name for him. I don't know what it is. Kind of like the scientific name for the one with the blue face. The scientific name is Venestus, but you know, the common name would be giraffe because of the pattern. And this one with the darker vertical stripes, the yellow, that's a bumblebee. Although that's the common name, not the horizontal, not the scientific name. There are common names, there are scientific names, and I don't even know what all of them are. My husband does. We got some peacock ones in there that, of course, have a scientific name as well. Mrs. Green Thumb, hello, how are you? Nope, these are freshwater. These are fresh tropical. What's the smallest fish you got? Well, I got betta fish that aren't in there, but there's some pretty small ones in this tank here. They're younger. They're younger, they need to grow. Some of them are about the size of my bettas that are in there. Like that little orange one above the castle there that's just disappeared off the side where the Venestus came out. Some of them are pretty small. Yeah, male bettas have to be kept separate, but females you can do a sorority and keep some together. Sometimes it can be tricky because not all females can go in with other females because they're more aggressive. I said once before, I did buy a female to put in my sorority, and she was too aggressive, so she had to be kept by herself. But right now I do have 4 that are together that get along just fine. Every now and then they'll chase each other, but there's nothing. They don't get into any serious fights or anything like that. But male bettas definitely have to be kept separate. I did have my 2 males in the same tank with a divider, but the divider came loose and one of the males almost killed my other one. They're in different tanks now, and I thought I was going to lose the one that got severely beat up, but he is doing all right. He doesn't look pretty anymore because his fins are all tore up, but that'll change over time. They'll grow back and he'll get pretty again. It'll just take a little while. Yes, you can tell females and males apart. Males have more flowing fins. The females are more placotte-like, which mean their fins are stubbier. Males tend to be a lot prettier, but there are females that have pretty colors. They just don't have the long, flowy fins. No, the Oscar actually is not full-sized yet. I think at this point his growth has slowed down a little bit, but he's not full size yet. They grow faster in the beginning. I had a 5-gallon tank and over. Yeah. There are some fish that can handle a 5-gallon tank, but a lot of the time, fish need a bigger tank than that, even if they're small. Like technically, our other tank that I did have the camera on is a 75-gallon, and if I wanted to put another Oscar in there, it would be too small. I'd have to get a bigger tank to have 2 Oscars in it. Yeah, it's typically 1 inch of fish per gallon. That's a good rule of thumb. But like I had a 5-gallon that I had 5 celestial pearl danios in, and they were like an inch tops in their size when they were full grown, and I couldn't put any more than 5 of them in there. Actually, yeah, it was a 5.5 gallon. And like my 4 beta females are in a 10-gallon. We have 5 fish tanks. We have a 75-gallon, and I did have the camera on them earlier. The one that the camera's looking at now is a 55-gallon. And then I have 3 smaller ones for my betas. I have a 5.5-gallon for one male. I have a 2-gallon for another male, and I have a 10-gallon for my females. And I do have a 20-gallon that had a couple of goldfish in it, but they passed away. So right now it's empty. In the past, I've dabbled with the idea of breeding betas, but they are really complicated to do. They're very complicated, very time consuming. In my other tank, the 75-gallon, we have a convict in there, and we did have some breeding pairs. The one convict that we, still have left was born in the tank. And it was really cool to watch them being parents. Convicts are actually really good parents. I wouldn't mind having more convicts again and watching them breed. But there are a lot of people I found that really do enjoy convicts, and then other people consider them to be nuisance fish because they're always breeding. But I love watching the parenting process. Now, there is really no huge parenting process with the betas. The male does all the parenting. He takes care of the eggs really, really well. The female, as soon as she lays them, has to be removed. So her job is done, and the male takes care of the eggs. When they hatch, he takes care of the fry while they're in the nest. He creates the bubble nest. No, he might, which would mean he's not necessarily going to be a good dad. But a lot of the time when she lays the eggs, he will rush down to the bottom where they drop, and he will pick them up and put them into the nest that he's built. He builds a bubble nest. He'll put the eggs up in there, and every time they fall, he goes and picks them up and puts them back. It's really cool to watch. And sometimes it'll look like he's eating them, but what he's doing is he's just sucking them up into his mouth, and then he spits them into the bubble nest. When they hatch, the fry are going to be still attached to their yolk sacs in the bubble nest, and he takes care of them. If they fall out, he puts them back. Once they're free swimming, he does need to be removed. And at that point, that's when his parenting duties are over, and then it's on the human being to take care of the babies after that. The human being feeds them. and takes care of them once they're free swimming. But until they're free swimming, it's all on dad. And it is a really cool process. But because betas are aggressive fish, once they get to a certain age, no, I don't believe the mom would eat the eggs. Sometimes while she's still laying, she'll help put them in the nest. But once she's finished laying, you got to remove her, because at that point, then she can get attacked by the male, because the breeding process is over at that point and they have to be removed. Because yeah, like you typically can't put a male and a female together at any point, because she will get attacked. It's only when they're ready to breed that you can put them together, but once they're done the spawning process, yeah, for safety reasons, she has to be removed. And then he takes care of the eggs and the babies until they're free swimming, and once they're free swimming, then he has to be removed. And once the babies hit a certain age, especially when it comes to the males, you have to separate them. So basically, people that are breeding them, once they get to a certain age and they start to get aggressive with each other, you need to take out the aggressive ones and put them, basically, it's a jarring process. So you get like 1-gallon jars, and you have to separate them. So for instance, and this is where the timely process comes in, if you have 100 babies that survived, you need 100 1-gallon jars. And then because those jars aren't filtered or anything like that, you need to do daily water changes on them. That's a lot of work when you have to water change 100 jars. Sometimes people will only have 20 babies survive. At that point, it's still a timely process, but it's still 20 jars you got to water change every day, and you got to feed them all every day, a few times a day. But I do know somebody who ended up having like 200 babies survive, and she had jars all over her house, and she had to I think she still has babies. They were born sometime last year, and she still has, well, they're getting older now, but she still has betas to sell because she had a buttload of babies survive. But it is a very cool process, which is why I played around with the idea. But I don't have time to, and with my depression and anxiety, I have a hard time motivating myself to do water changes on the tanks that I have, let alone on like 50 jars of beta babies that need to be done daily because they're not filtered. But I'd rather watch the convicts have their babies, because they take care of their babies all the way up until they can be on their own. They'll take care of them and protect them from other fish. You know, they'll usually keep them in the nest for a little bit, and then when they get a little bit older, they'll escort them around the tank. It's like a field trip. They'll escort them around. And then after a while, they get to a certain age and they get to swim off on their own, and they need to protect themselves. The convicts, maybe I'll get myself a pair of convicts at one point. Sometimes it's hard to tell males and females apart. And it's a convict, convict, like a very bad person. And typically you need to get a few convicts, because they like to pair up. They don't want to be forced to pair up. So you don't want to get one male and one female and be like, okay, you guys are a couple now, start breeding. They like to pick their own female. The males like to pick their own female, and vice versa. We originally started off that other tank that has our Oscar in it. We just had convicts in it, and we had 6 convicts, and it turned out that we actually had 3 females and 3 males, and they picked each other. And once they picked each other, they stayed with each other. They didn't They didn't step out on each other. They didn't go with another female or another male or whatever. That whoever they picked was who they picked, and that's, you know, they found a place in the tank to set up shop to have their babies and stuff. So you need to have enough hiding places so they could pick a place to nest. And they picked their own mate. So that's the process in the beginning with that. We just happened to get lucky when we got these fish that we had an equal amount of males and females, and they picked each other out. We didn't even know that they were going to breed. We didn't know. For all we knew, we had all males, but we ended up having like 3 couples in the tank, and a couple of the couples were breeding. One of them, I think the female, she just wasn't interested in the male. He wanted to court her. She was like, I don't want nothing to do with you. So I think it was like in the very last, the last little bit, he finally got paired up with somebody and had babies. But it took him a while. He was a loner. He was the nerd of the group, I think. Nobody ever wanted him. But right now, yeah, the one convict that we have left in there is a baby from the tank. He was born in there, and I'll be upset when he dies. He's a couple years old. There is not a convict in this tank, no. Convicts are American cichlids, and this is an African tank. African cichlid tank. African cichlids and American cichlids can't be housed together. Earlier in the stream, I did have the camera on the African tank, or on the American tank, but the convict didn't come out. He did not want to show his face. So yeah, the convict is not in this tank. I do have a video somewhere in my list of the convict. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll put the link up. See if I can find it and put the link up so you can see him. Because I know that I've recorded him before. Let me see. I will find him for you. I know he's in here. I know he is. I know he is. Where's my beta? Let me see. I will find it. I will. There's my beta sorority. Fish watching. Ah, here it is. American cichlid tank from 5 months ago. I want to look to make sure that he's in it. He's on the cover picture. Our red devil is still in the tank. He's died. Oscar's in there. Yeah, our convict is in the shot. Let me see. I want to focus on him. Yep, he's in there. So this, I'll give you the link. And he's the smallest fish in the tank. So he's gray with black stripes. So you won't miss him. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is in the chat. And yeah, if you watch it, before long, he will be in the shot. He's the smallest of the fish. He's gray, he got black stripes. We do still have him. Males tend to be larger than females. It's a discrepancy right now what he is. My husband wants to say that he's a female. I want to say he's a male because he's actually a little small for an adult male, but I feel like he's too large for a female. So I just want to keep saying he's a male. And his name is Blue. Diana, good morning, or not good morning. It's not morning anymore. It is after 1 o'clock. So good afternoon, Diana. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit tired and my body is sore from working yesterday. I worked 11 hours. It's a lot of work. It was a lot of work, a long day, but I get to enjoy the day off today, so that's what I am gonna do. Welcome back, Jenna. Yeah, Sundays are very, very long days. I don't recall her saying if she was or not, Jenna. Yeah, he is a pretty fish. And females look exactly the same. They just, when they're ready to breed and all of, and sometimes when they're not ready to breed, they kind of have orange bellies, which, usually by size in comparison to a male, and their orange belly is how you tell them apart. Did I say Mondays are a long day? Sundays. Sundays are a long work day. No, he's not very big. And usually when fish are around that size, whatever fits in the Oscar's mouth, he'll eat, but he does not mess with him. So that's a good. The bigger fish leave him alone. But convicts are very aggressive. So they know how to hold their own. They will put up a fight. And I think that the bigger fish know that, so they just leave him alone. My dad helped me get containers to store my diamonds. Cool. That's not bad for a 32 compartment container. That's really good. Yes, the diamond paintings are a lot of fun. They're very relaxing. I get very addicted to working on them. I'm on my second one and I'm almost finished. And my husband's like, slow down. We can't afford to be getting one every week. I'm like, I can't help it. It's addicting. Once you sit and do it, it's like you just keep going. Maybe I'll put a little bit of food in the African tank so you can see how they swarm. They eat seaweed. They have these strips of seaweed, and we break the strip in half. I'll show you the box. I'll put it in front of the camera, and the seaweed is the length of the box, and we just tear it in half. So they get a half twice a day. So let me show you that. Right now they're eating red seaweed, and they just swarm and they tear it to pieces. So let me do that. Here is the box. The seaweed is as long, like veggie seaweed or whatever. Seaweed is as long as the box, and we tear it in half. And they know what it is. Look at this. They know what this is. All right. They know what they're getting. They're getting excited. So, like, here is a piece of seaweed. And I'm just going to tear it down and look at them. Look at them. They know what this is. All right, I'm going to tear it in half. Sorta. And I'll put that in and watch them go. Yeah, they're like, ooh, it's time to eat. Sometimes one of them will swim off with a huge chunk of it. And after the huge chunks are gone, there's usually like tiny little pieces floating in there, and then they're just frantically swimming around trying to catch all the little pieces. Oh, and there's my Thatcher. Down at the bottom, he's orange with a very light marbling. He's blind. He knows there's food in there. He'll search it out. Food, glorious food. Yep. We have 2 bee balms, 2 butterfly bushes, one of the stems cracked in half. Oh, that's, huh. Yes, they definitely come out for food. They always act like they're starving. Even if we don't plan on feeding them, if we walk by the tank, they're like, ooh, ooh, are you going to feed us? One time, I don't think we still have the particular fish, but one time I was feeding them and one of them got so excited, he literally jumped out of the tank and landed on the floor. I had to frantically, I didn't want to pick him up with my bare hands because they are aggressive and I didn't want to get bit. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed a paper towel. I was like, anything to pick him up, and before one of the cats noticed him and threw him back in the tank. He got so excited about the food, he jumped right out. And it was a long drop to the floor, too. So luckily we had carpet at the time. He just landed on the carpet. He didn't commit suicide on the bare floor. He was okay. Polar bees. Oh. Very cool. Look at, they're getting a little bit aggressive with each other now too. They're like, I'm getting the remainder of this food. You get out of my way. There's a little bit of chasing going on. Oh, that's cool. I wouldn't mind doing some beekeeping. Like, bees scare me. I have a little bit of a phobia of them, of being stung. But I figure, and my son was like, how are you going to do beekeeping when you're scared of bees? And I'm like, well, if I'm all dressed up in that garb where they can't sting me, it might be different. And I would love to be able to make my own honey. Oh, Venestus. Look at the Venestus. He's getting all like grouchy. That's what I mean about he's one of the more aggressive ones in that tank. He doesn't have any patience. He's getting bossy. You're still not scared? I'm completely different. I had to start, I realized my irrational fear when my son was still in a stroller and a bee came around and I like backed off and I like walked away. I was like, what kind of mother am I? I just abandoned my child on the sidewalk. Like I backed off, leaving him there. And I didn't like run far, but I backed off a few feet. And I'm like, I just left my child to the mercy of the bee to protect myself. What kind of mother am I? I've had to learn how to stand my ground so that I don't leave my child with the bees. I was like, I'm so terrible. Look at the Venestus. He's like bossing everybody around right now. Yeah, I try not to swat. I don't swat. I just tend to try and stay out of their way. I've pretty much been stung when I didn't realize I was bothering them because I didn't know they were there. And because I was like, I always heard if you don't bother the bee, it won't bother you. And I'm like, well, tell me what bothers a bee. Because I always tended to get stung when I wasn't bothering a bee. Look at that little, they're doing little whoop-de-doos. Look at that, little circles. Um, but it usually would end up happening that I'd get stung because I would not know that they were in the grass and I'd walk over it and I'd get stung. Or I got stung when one was hiding in my beach towel and I picked up my towel and wrapped it around myself when I was swimming and I got stung, and just that kind of thing. Stop being bossy. I mean, they all like to try and be bossy, but that Venestus is worse. Look at that. He's on a mission. He's like, who else can I bug? Who am I going to chase? He is on a mission. Oh, even the little ones are getting in on it. And a bossy round. It depends on what the animal is that I don't mind getting close to. I'm an animal lover, but there's some that I just want to keep my distance from for safety reasons. Look at them. They're so bossy. They're having some tag. They're playing tag. That's what they're doing. They're not being mean. They're playing tag. Tag, you're it. I got stung by a bunch of bees behind, or wasps. They were bees or wasps. I can't remember which. When I was a kid, there was a nest in a tree stump. And friends of mine thought they'd be stupid and throw rocks at it. And I was the unlucky one that got stung. They all chose to sting me behind my knee. And yeah, that didn't feel good. It did not feel good. They picked the wrong person to sting though, because I wasn't throwing rocks. Oh, those bees coming out of those tree stumps. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like they planned it. They were like, let's go and sting her behind her knee. My husband hadn't been stung his entire life until after he met me, and he was outside cutting the grass, and there was a nest in one of our border log things, like around our garden. There was like a thing of wood, and there was a nest in there. And he was mowing, and apparently when he passed it with the mower, he disturbed them, and he got stung. He came in, he was like, man, that hurts. And actually we got it was kind of around his sock area, and we got rid of it because it kind of got stuck in his sock. But then there was another one in his shirt, and I was like, holy cow, they really came after you. Hi, Angel, how are you? Okay, Jenna. Good seeing you, Mrs. Green Thumb. Have a good day. I'm going to put the stream on mute for right now. I am going to use the restroom, get myself something to eat. You can enjoy watching the fish. I'll still keep my eye on the chat. So when I step away from the microphone, I can still chat with you guys. But I'm going to put it on mute, bring my phone with me so I can see the chat, and get myself something to eat and use the bathroom. So, yeah. I'm gonna do a fish tank switch, guys. I'm gonna put it back on the American cichlid tank for a little bit. All right. Cool, Jenna. All right, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to go to the bathroom, get myself something to eat. So, yeah, and do a fish tank switch. I'm still hoping that Blue will decide to show himself. He's in that head down at the bottom underneath Oscar there. I'm still here, Jenna. I'm just relaxing. Just relaxing, doing some fish watching. Oh, Blue came out. Blue came out. There he is. Blue came out. Hi, Blue. Look at that. He's looked like he was ricocheting off of the gravel a little bit. He's playing. Look at that. Blue came out. Woohoo. Hey, Blue. Where'd you go? I know he didn't go back in the head. He's out there somewhere. There he is. There he is. Yay, he's out. You guys see him? Look at him go. Must be the time of the day that Blue wakes up. Makes his rounds around the tank. Good boy, Blue. He's out. He's out. Checking things out. What did I miss? What did I miss? See how much smaller he is than everybody else? If Oscar really wanted to, he'd eat him. But I don't think he dares mess with him. Yep, still alive. Just been a little silent. Just been a little silent. Blue came out for a little bit. I don't know if anybody saw him. Whoever's still in here. I'm just relaxing. I figure in between me talking, uh, just do some fish watching. Uh, yep. I don't know if Blue went back inside the head or not. He was out for a little bit, making the rounds. For the first time in the entire stream, it was the first time he came out. And it gave a good indication how much smaller he is than Oscar. Yep, you hear me now. I did have it on mute. I got a text message from one of the other kennel techs. She's sick and wants to know if I could cover her shift tonight. And I'm thinking no, because I just did 11 hours yesterday. I want a day off to recover before I got to work tomorrow. I mean, I don't want to be that kind of a person, be like, you're sick, screw you, I'm not going in to cover for you. But literally, I worked 11 hours yesterday. And I'm sore, and I'm tired, and I got to work again tomorrow, and I only get the 2 days off. So, I mean, I got today off and I got Wednesday off. Well, and then I got Sunday off too. But I mean, still, I want to recover from this. Plus, I didn't get to see my husband at all yesterday on Father's Day. So, I just want to be able to be at home after that long shift. Am I like mean to say no, I can't cover for you? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I really don't want to go in. I mean, I don't have to, but I feel mean. I don't know. Helen, you're also sick. Yeah. I mean, she says she has to go to the doctor or whatever, but and I could say, Becca could cover it, but Becca uh opened this morning and started at 7, and if she stays until close, that's 7 in the morning. That's a longer shift than what I worked yesterday, and that's not fair. And there's only 3 of us, so I don't know. Somebody in sales would have to cover kennel, I think. But I don't know. I just don't want to. It's not that I work a lot already. I mean, for the most part, I only do, 4.5 hour shifts from 5 till close. But yesterday was an exception. It was an 11-hour day, and I was the only one of the 3 of us working it. So I just want to recover from it before I have to work again tomorrow. So maybe I'll just pretend I didn't see the text and be like, I'm so sorry, I slept a lot recovering from yesterday. I don't know. I feel bad, but at the same time I don't, because I was the only one who worked that 11-hour shift. She didn't, you know. And it was a lot of work. Oh, I don't feel bad for lying. It takes the guilt off to say when I just say no, I don't want to go in, because then I feel guilty. Because I'm the kind of person that doesn't like to say no. I have a hard time saying no. So a lot of the time I'll do something even if I don't want to do it, and then I'm kicking myself. And then I'll feel guilty if I say no. So I look for a reason to take the guilt off of myself. Hold on, guys. Stacy's calling me. All right, that was a pretty easy call. She just asked me if I had 20 cents, and I'm like, yes, I have 20 cents. I don't have much money, but I know I have 20 cents. She doesn't have any change, and I guess she needs 20 cents. I could take a nap. I just got up at like 11, and I could take a nap right now. Oh, not to mention, my husband goes out of town on Wednesday. Or does he go out of town tomorrow? Let me look at the calendar. Wednesday. He goes out of town Wednesday. I didn't see him at all for Father's Day. I wouldn't see him today if I worked. And I'm not going to see him tomorrow because I work. And then he goes out of town. So I kind of like to see him a little bit. You know? Well, that's cool, Jenna. Maybe I will text her and I'll just be like, I wish I could help you. My body's on strike after working yesterday, and I didn't get to see my husband on Father's Day to celebrate Father's Day with him. And if I work today, I won't get to see him. I won't get to see him tomorrow because I work, and then he goes out of town Wednesday. So um, I really wish I could, but I really want to be able to spend the evening with him, which would not be a lie. Well, let me send a text. Oh, geez. All right, so I told her, I'm sorry you aren't feeling well. What's wrong? I said, I wish I could help. I usually do when I can. I was at work for 11 hours yesterday and my body's complaining. I also didn't get to spend any time on Father's Day with my husband. If I worked tonight, I would not get to see him again. And I work tomorrow night, so I won't see him. And then he goes out of town the rest of the week. This evening is my only chance to see him at all. I feel bad for not helping, though. So that's what I said. What do you think? Oh, that's nice, Jenna. Your Uncle Steve said he'll treat. Oh, for a second, average girl, I thought you said you got to transfer flies. Flies? I got to transfer files onto the desktop, and then I got to clean up the house real quick before the pain starts back in. Sorry, cannot talk much. Eating. Fingers are greasy. No problem, Diana. Surprisingly, the pain isn't rearing its ugly head just yet. Good, good, good. I need a break from the pain. Put you on from the pain, but oh. I want to rescue the hermit crabs at work too. They got some really big hermit crabs, and there's like several of them. And the tank is only 10 gallons, and you're typically only supposed to have one crab per 10 gallons. And there's like 6 of them in there. And they're fairly large, and they don't have enough substrate, so they can't bury themselves or anything. I want to take them all home, but I only have room in my 20-gallon for 2. Unless I cleaned out my empty 55-gallon that's in the garage, and then I could take all of them home. But they're like $10 a piece. And then I'd have to buy the substrate, enough substrate for all of them to bury themselves. Some other hides, some things to climb on, an under tank heater, some dishes, some saltwater solution. Anybody want to donate money so I can get all this so I can rescue them crabs? Oh man. Although then they would just get more in. But I feel bad for them because I watch them, they can't bury themselves in that substrate. It's like 2 inches thick, and they're or 2 inches deep, and they're bigger than that. And I don't have the money right now to buy a bunch of crabs, even 2, and stuff that they need. But I feel bad for them, like 6 of them in a 10-gallon tank. There's not enough room. Hopefully down the road we can get an older doggo. Perhaps when I save up a lot more money, I can get my own dog. We had a puppy, but she didn't work out. I didn't realize how much responsibilities puppies were. Dogs are work too, of course. I mean, you don't have to potty train them, but they still need to learn obedience. Some already do when they're older because they've already been trained, but you still gotta feed them good stuff. You still gotta take them for walks. You still got, if they get sick, they gotta go to the vet. They do need to have their shots every year. So there's still a responsibility. No, not hermit crabs. Hermit crabs are actually very easy to care for. It's just the initial setup is kind of, the substrate needs to be a good deal of substrate because they need to have a really deep area where they can bury themselves so they can molt properly. They need to have shells that are bigger than what they're already in so that when they're ready to molt, they have something to move into. They need the heater. They need they need 3 dishes, one for food, one for fresh water, one for salt water. They need plants to climb on and things like that. So the initial setup is kind of, a little up there. Once you get all that, they're very easy to care for. You don't have to clean them out often. Like pretty much you can save the cleaning for every few months is all the major cleaning. You could spot clean through, in between, but their major getting all the substrate out, putting new substrate in is only once every several months. So they're very easy to care for. Yeah, you wouldn't get much meat off of a hermit crab. But I think they're really cool to watch when they're out. And obviously these ones that we got in, they're in big shells already. They're a good size and they're always out because they can't bury themselves. There's not enough substrate. And they're like practically on top of each other because the tank's only 10 gallons. I really want to take them home. Yeah, I have a 20-gallon tank that I can put 2 crabs in, or I have a 55-gallon that I could get out and clean, which I would need a lot more substrate for. But I'd be able to house all 6 crabs that they have. Their diet is very wide. They can eat a lot of veggies. You're supposed to offer them a lot of variety. So a little bit of commercial, like the store-bought food, some veggies, some, things like that, different things that they can choose from, but you don't have to give them a lot at a time. So that's always nice. Like if you're going to give them a veggie, it would be just like a slice of cucumber or a slice or like a leaf of romaine or whatever. It doesn't have to be a lot of food. But they would need 3 dishes, one for the food and then one for salt water, one for fresh water, shells, extra shells that are bigger, different sizes that they can move into. The heater, which is under tank heater, I wouldn't put underneath because I wouldn't want to burn their bodies when they're buried. I would put it on the side. So that they have a humid side of the tank that they can go into because the humidity helps them molt. So they would molt. I would put the heater on the deeper side of the substrate so that they have a humid side and then a more of a drier heat on the other side. I have it all planned out. I know how to care for them. It's just, having the money to initially start them out. All right, she texted me back and said, it's okay, have a good time with your husband tonight. We're not gonna be doing much, we'll just be spending time together, being in the same room at the same time, being able to talk. That's pretty much what we're gonna do. Because he knows I'm tired and sore. In fact, he was surprised that I was still awake when I got home. He was like, I thought you were going to crash. And I'm like, yeah, I thought about it, but it's Father's Day. I don't want to just come home after 11 hours and crash on Father's Day and not see you at all. But I was like half dead on the couch. I was just like, and he was like, go crash. And I'm like, but it's Father's Day. I insist on sitting here with you. He was like, uh, I understand. No, it's Diana, it's actually my day off. And she texted me to ask if I could work for her because she's sick. And I said no. Feel bad. But it's because I didn't get to spend time with my husband yesterday on Father's Day. And if I worked tonight, if I worked tonight for her, I wouldn't see him. I already work tomorrow night, so I won't see him. And then he goes out of town on Wednesday for the rest of the week. So tonight's my only chance to see him at all. So I told her no. Oh man, mine would go ham on some egg and shrimp skin. Yeah, and I wouldn't use for the hermit crabs. The best thing I found in doing research, I mean, people say use sand, and no, I wouldn't use sand. It can clump up inside their shells when it gets wet because they need the humidity. Some people will mix sand with Eco Earth. I would just use Eco Earth. And you get it wet, like you dampen it, you pour water in there, you dampen it so that you can kind of mold it. So it's almost like mud, but it's not. You pour water in there and you mix it all up so that the Eco Earth is damp. And then with the heater on the side, that's what helps provide the humidity with the dampness of the Eco Earth. Yeah, so that's what I would do for the hermit crabs. I really want to bring them home. I do have a short little Eco Earth. It's a type of substrate that you can use for reptiles and amphibians and things like that. I would use Eco Earth if I got a Pac-Man frog as well. It holds moisture really well. There's also cocoa fiber mixture, yeah. It's more of a soil. It's more like a soil, Diana. But it's really reptile and amphibian friendly. And crab friendly. But that's what I want to do. I just don't have the money right now, and I just feel bad for all of those crabs right now in that tiny tank. They can't bury themselves. They're practically sitting on top of each other because there's not enough space for them the size that they are, all in that little tank. I don't like that they put a sponge in the water dish because the sponges, pet stores seem to think that they drink out of the sponges, which they if that's their only choice, maybe they do. But sponges, I mean, if you've ever had a washcloth or a sponge at your kitchen sink, you know that it starts to smell. It gets bacteria. Well, that sponge sitting in that water dish for the crabs is going to grow bacteria, and they're drinking water from that. Whether it's from the sponge or from the water dish itself, because the sponge is sitting in it. That just breeds bacteria, and I hate that there's a sponge sitting in the water and there's so many things I would change. But I need the money to do it, and the crabs are $10 a piece. I already have a tank, but I would need to get the crabs. I would need to get the substrate, the heater, the dishes. And I don't have the money for that right now. Yes, sponges are mold breeding grounds. Yep. But if you go into any pet store and see their hermit crab setup, they're gonna have sponges sitting in the water dishes. Pisses me off. And there are a couple of painted shells in this enclosure too, which they might as well take out because they're smaller than the hermit crabs themselves, so they can't move into them. But painted shells are toxic to hermit crabs. So I want them out of that thing in the first place. They're painted shells. Everybody thinks, ooh, they're so pretty. And that's why they sell them, because, people, they're betting on the fact that they're going to get a sale out of buying a pretty shell, a pretty painted shell for the crabs. Well, that's just asking to make the crabs sick and die. So painted shells are a no-no, but there are 2 small painted shells in that tank with them. Luckily, they're too small for them to move into. So right now it's not hurting them. But people are going to think, how cool, and buy painted shells because they're cool looking. And I just want to take those crabs home. I could take home all 6 of them if I had $60. Because I have a 55-gallon tank they could go into once I put enough stuff inside it. But my 20-gallon, I could take home 2 crabs, but I would need $20 to bring home 2 crabs, plus the cost of the heater, plus the cost of the substrate. And then I could figure out dishes on my own without buying new dishes. But they'd need plants to climb on, and the paint chips off, and they eat the paint chips. It's like Tide Pods. But yeah, as they soak in the salt water, it's going to erode. The paint is going to erode off of the shells into the salt water, and then they're soaking in that. So that's, in that way, it's toxic too. It's not even if they're drinking it, it's them soaking in it. They soak in that water. They'll drink the fresh water, they'll soak in the salt water, they'll soak in both. But the salt water is going to eat that paint off of the shells, and then it's going to be in the water that they're soaking in, and that's what makes it toxic. And I want to bring them home, you guys. I want to bring them home. It just means that they're going to get more in, but I'm hoping that the longer I'm there, I could say they need a bigger tank to be in, and they need more substrate, and get that frickin' sponge out of their water. The tank is too small. I want them in a bigger tank. There's 6 of them. They need to be in a very large tank for, I've actually been, I think PetSmart actually has a decent size enclosure for their crabs. But obviously where I'm at, they do not. They're up near the registers in a 10-gallon. And they're large crabs already. They're not big. I mean, crabs can live for 50 years or whatever. They can, properly taken care of, they can outlive you. But when they're not taken care of properly, they're going to end up, many times when people buy them, they don't live very long because they're not taken care of properly. They're very misunderstood animals. So I'm hoping that the longer I'm there, I could be like, please, if we're going to have this many crabs, we need to have them in something bigger. Even if it's technically still too small, they need to be, because technically, the hamsters are all in something too small, as they're being, every animal that's in there is in an enclosure that's too small, but it's meant to be temporary. But you've got 6 hermit crabs in a tiny space. We already had to separate a couple of hamsters because they're solitary animals and they started fighting. But they need to be in something bigger, at least bigger than a 10. And we need to give them deeper substrate, because if they want to molt while they're in the store, they can't. They can't properly molt while they're in the store. Yeah. Basically, it's supposed to be 10 gallons per crab. So they should technically be in a 60-gallon something. 10 gallons per crab. But there's 6 of them right now in a 10-gallon tank. And they're fairly large already. But if they, depending on how long that they're there, gradually someone's going to want to molt, and they absolutely can't because they can't bury themselves. So I want to get them out of there. But I don't know when or how I can do that because I don't have the funds right now to even get 2 of them into my 20. I don't have this. I don't have the money to get the stuff that they need right now. Hey, Dirty Laundry, thank you. Yeah, they need to be in a bathtub. My hands are still swollen from working yesterday. Stupid carpal tunnel. I haven't had swollen hands since before Christmas when I worked my other job. Carpal tunnel sucks. Yeah, so I'm on a mission now to get me some hermit crabs out of that store. And also, like I said, the longer I'm there, maybe I can give a little influence, because they're all about trying to properly care for the animals, but they also, did I say carefully? Properly care for the animals, but they also have to follow what corporate says. But I would like to think that, we've got bigger tanks in the back room. They need to go into a bigger tank, and we need to put more substrate inside it. I mean, they're going to die if they can't properly molt. How you doing, Dirty Laundry? Average girl. Okay, guys, I got to go into lurk mode. Need to clean up and prep for dinner. I'm making bacon, eggs, and potato. Ooh, yum. Yum, yum. Sounds delicious. I'm coming to your house. Oh my goodness. And the rats have their vet appointment on Thursday, and I'm going to pick Ian up on Wednesday so that he can come to the appointment with them. Hopefully we'll find out why Riley is sneezing and if it's something she needs meds for or if it's just something she does. If it's something that'll keep us. Oh, Blue's out, you guys. Blue's out. Of course, M, now that you're leaving. Oh, he just disappeared inside the head again. Did you see him, M? Did you see him or did you already lurk? Yeah, that's probably gonna bother her for a while, and I don't blame her. It would bother me too. I'm trying to figure out what to do. My car is broke down. I don't know if I should fix it or buy a new one. Ooh, it depends. I would say it depends on what needs fixing and the cost of what needs fixing. I have to go too. Thank you, Passion for Pets and all in chat. Have a good day, Diana. Take care. Yeah, sometimes it's just best to be MIA for a little bit to get our thoughts together and regroup. And if she doesn't feel like that she's going to be very good company, that's usually when she decides against streaming. Oh, there's Blue again. Blue just came out, guys. You see him? My little baby. He's one that my husband will both be upset when the Jack Dempsey dies because we've had him for 5 years. But little Blue there was born in the tank, so he's my little baby. And I will be sad when he dies. He's a couple years old. I love him. He's out. He's out. He's a little striped guy at the bottom there. My baby. You should have seen him when he was born. Well, I wouldn't have known which one was him because they look like specks of dust when they're born. But then when they get a little older, you start to see their features. They're like tiny little squirts with the same patterns, and then they just get larger as they. No, the stripes are black. He's kind of a bluish gray color, and then the stripes are black. That is a American cichlid. He's a convict. He's a convict cichlid. They get their name from their stripes. And the fact that they're very aggressive, which is why Oscar and Jack leave him alone. If it was any other fish that was less aggressive, they'd probably pick on him a lot and try and eat him. But they really do leave him alone. They don't give him any trouble. $300, not counting labor. That's tricky. Because we knew that we needed to do some work on our car, and about a month and a half ago, we traded it in. Rather than paying all that money, I mean, we could have paid all the money to fix it, and then next year it would have been paid off, and we wouldn't have had a car payment. But the older a car gets, then the more maintenance you got to do to it, it seems. So we were like, you know what? It's getting to the point now that more and more is going to start going wrong with it. We only had a year left to pay on it, so we had that rolled over onto the new car, and we just traded it in. So now we're all under warranty again. And our payment is actually a little bit cheaper, so we weren't going to do it if we weren't going to be able to at least keep the payment the same or lower it. So we got a much newer car, and the payment is cheaper. I gotta turn on the AC. I'm getting a little toasty in here. It's a little bit toasty, guys. Oh.
Hi, Lily.
Might get in the shot of the fish here because the AC is right above them. I don't know, maybe I will. I might be able to stay out of the shot. There we go. Excuse me. Well, I feel like I'm fading you guys. I'm like all quiet. I'm tired. My cup of coffee didn't really last me very long. feel like I could take a nap. Oh my goodness. $90 in Arizona. Yuck. Yuck. Let me see what it is here. It's 72 here. It's really not that bad, but it gets warm in the house. Tomorrow it's going to be 80. Dog logic. Hide bone, then whine because bone was hidden. My dogs would, like, my parents' dog, she would take pieces of food and hide them and, like, bury them with imaginary dirt. She'd drag her nose all on the ground like she's burying it. And if you go back later and move it, which my mother would do because she can't stand things out of place. So if there is food laying on the floor, she will pick it up. Oh, the dog got so distressed because she would go back to where she buried her piece of food and it wouldn't be there. She got so confused. She'd go back for what she buried later, and even if it wasn't really buried, and she just did not like when she would go back and what she hid was no longer there. I was like, Mom, you can't do that. In her mind, she buried it. We can't see it. You don't pick it up. And she wanted to go back later to get it, and it wasn't there, and that made for an upset doggy. It was really funny to watch her do it, though. Hey, Jeff, how are you doing? Did you see Blue come out again, Average Girl? Because when you said you were going back into lurk mode, he came out again. Aw, he can't find it. He's got a bad memory. Because my parents' dog would literally, imaginary, bury it, and come back hours later and it wouldn't be there, and she'd be so upset. Lurk mode, Blue. She's lurking. Come on out. Yeah, he came out after you said you were lurking. He came out and he swam around a little bit and then he went back inside the head. I was like, there he is, there he is. Are you still here? Come on out, Blue. Come on out, buddy. He's like, nope, I'm done. I don't think he's falling for it, Em. I don't think he's coming. Oh, Blue. Blue's Clues. I could try putting more food in there, but I don't know. I don't want to overfeed them either. But Oscar's a pig, so he'll probably eat most of it anyway. Let's see. Let's put some more food in here. See if Blue comes out. And he's funny when he does want to eat. If he comes out with the pellets there put in, he will rush up to the top and grab one and rush back down because he doesn't want to be in the way of Oscar. We'll see. The first time I put food in this morning, he did not come out for it. But Oscar, look at Oscar's a pig. He'll eat anytime I put food in. Come on, Blue. Come on, little Blue. Little boy Blue, get your butt out here. Come on, Blue. Show yourself to M. Come on, come on. It's like a treat when he comes out because he hides so much. Come on, Bluey. Bluey, Bluey, Bluey. No, he's not out. That one up at the top left-hand corner, that's Jack. Blue is much smaller. Much, much smaller. He fits inside that head. Those other two fish don't. By far, they don't. I mean, Oscar's bigger than that head. Jack's about the same size as that head, maybe, in length. The hole in the back to get in isn't very big. Come on, Blue. Short of reaching in there and picking up that head, which I don't want to do because Oscar's been known to bite. He can draw. Oscar's got teeth, so if he bites, he'll draw blood. He did that once with my husband. He bit him. But now when my husband puts his hand in the tank, he knows better. He goes to the other side. He knows that he'll get flicked. And my husband will flick him if he comes near him. So he knows to stay away. He doesn't want to get flicked. All right, Em. Well, at least you know you can watch the replay. I'll try and give a timestamp to you. Red Sox, Boston win. Thank you, Rock of Ages. How are you? Where'd Oscar go? Oh, he's way over on the other side of the tank. He's over by the Pleco, and the Pleco's off screen. I don't know what's floating around in there. I don't know. It's floating. Oh, I think it's food. Pieces of food floating, because I think he just ate it. Get out of Jack's corner, Oscar. Jack doesn't like to share his corner. Look, I'm gonna make him share. Come on, Blue. Come on out, bud. Blue's like, nope, I've done my swimming out there for today. I'll see you later. Maybe one day when we're watching, we can watch Oscar do some re-landscaping. He's been seen. I've seen him several times scoop up gravel in his mouth and go and spit it out somewhere else. So like there'll be like a lot of hills, a lot of gravelly hills in there because he will totally move things around. He did that so much once in front of that Poseidon um, statue that it tipped over because he took too much gravel out from underneath him. And in the front, he removed so much of the gravel he tipped over. I wish I could get rid of the glares from the windows. Yeah, blue just does not want to come out again. Oh, what was this, Oscar? We're practically going upside down. He'll do that though. He'll go almost vertical um, to scoop up the gravel. But I don't think that's what he's doing right now. He's just being weird. Now you can see how much bigger he is or how big he is compared to that size of that head, which will tell you how much smaller blue is because blue fits inside the opening in the back and hangs out inside there. Oscar would never be able to do that. Oscar could barely fit his nose into that head. So it's a very, very safe place for blue because none of the other fish can get in there. He's like, peekaboo, I see you.
Lily. Oscar's looking at me. Hi, Oscar. Hi, Oscar. Hello. How are you? Hey, Mom. What are you doing? Huh? Lily's talking to me. No, he didn't sneak out again. He's being stubborn. He knows the game now. He didn't come out. Get out of my purse, Brindley. Seriously. Don't zip up a portion of it. She's sticking her face inside. Look, Blue, Oscar's saying, come on out. Don't be shy. I like the camera. Come on out here and be a star with me. Better leave Jack alone. There are times that Oscar will start being a boob and daring Oscar to, or daring Jack to fight with him. Yep, he's on to you. He knows the game. He's not gonna fall for it anymore. Jack, you need to come out of the corner. You're kind of hiding in the glare up there. You're hiding in the glare. That's Jack's corner, though. He's always in that corner, whether it's up there or down near the bottom. He'll sleep down at the bottom. Okay, now, Oscar, if Blue comes out, we won't see him. If he pokes his head out of his house, we won't see him. You're in the way. There you go. You're trying to mess with Jack. That's Jack's corner. Jack don't want to share. Like, too bad. He's gonna share with me.
Well, he wants to go in the corner and get the food. That's why he's going there. Oh, an upside down swim. You're showing off your tricks. Put a hoop in there. Swim through hoops. No? Oh, you pushed out Jack. Well, you're gonna piss him off. I should find the video that has the two of them fighting and put the link in there for that. It's quite amusing to watch them fight. Let me see if I can locate that. Oh, let's see. I call you. I will find it. Maybe I don't have it in here. I thought I did. Maybe I don't. I thought I did. I'm not finding it. Well, I apparently, I thought I'd posted it. Oh, unless I looked right past it. Let me see. Nope, I don't think that's it. Oh, nope, I guess not. I guess I didn't post it. I'm disappointed in myself. I think I have it on Instagram though. Yeah, well, gee whiz. Let me see if I can find it on Instagram. Let me see. Oh, I saw a video of my goldfish that I don't have anymore. Pretty sure I got it around here someplace. I got some pictures of blue. Alright, my fighting fishies, where are you at? Wonder what happened to it. Well, I'm annoyed with myself. don't save things very well, apparently. Well, no, not there. I know I got it someplace. I know I do. I know I do. Grr. Oh well, I give up. I apparently lost my video. Boo, 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 boo. Oh well, I tried. Oh, there's the Pleco. Pleco came into view. Hey, Pleco. Or Bob, as he wants to call you, my husband. He wants to call you Bob. His name is Bob, apparently. Pleco Bob. Alright, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. And I'll just relax and enjoy the rest of my day. I mean, I could leave the stream going. If you guys want me to leave the stream going silent, I can do that. But I want to kind of be able to just chill. So I don't know what you guys want me to do. I can end the stream, or I could just leave it go on silent so you guys can still fish watch. If you want to. What you think, guys? And I can leave it, if I leave it streaming, I can leave it on this tank, or I can put it on the other tank.